Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, no, never mind. I freaked out for nothing. Filters are still active. How are we doing today? I'm doing good. Listen, at least we got around to the springtime cult. At least we got here. You can't complain too much. I could have just, not showed up. Okay, so, I was going to do something first, but I forgot. Here we go. There's my echo. Here we go. Echo sounding fine. Echo, go away. Okay, we killed the echo. We don't have to deal with it anymore. Manage your subscription. Excuse me? Subscribe to self? Why, yes. I'd like to pay myself. When we're getting Mirror Dungeon gameplay, when they make it fun, or engaging, or when they put rewards in it that don't require me to do weird achievements that I can't do because I wasn't playing this game for 3 years. And even then, I know. they just gotta make Mirror Dungeons fun to play. What do you mean? I go in, I win rate, and then I alt tab. That's all I do. Turn off that music and play When It Rains from. Why? Why can't we just listen to the random Nightbot music? Nightbot does his best to play music. Too loud. Nightbot. Here, since it's too loud, I'll put the volume down on this. There, When It Rains from Lobotomy Corporation. Full soundtrack right there. Nightbot did nothing wrong. Oops. So anyways. You love chest? You love chest? Where is he at? There, you can have him. He's gonna take a seat. He's tired of standing. Okay, let me get this up for the game. We'll leave the game audio down for a bit now. So what am I looking for here? No, not the railway. We don't do those. We don't do those. We got Yi-Song, which is okay, so we got Rupture Tremor. Gamble? No gambling. We don't have any more gambling. Actually, we can gamble. We can do a whole 2 polls. 3 polls, maybe. No, not even. We can't even do 3 polls. We can't even do 3. Oh yeah, free 3-star. Let's go. Gripper Faust. Let's go. What is everyone in? No. 60. There's 65 of these motherfuckers. And we keep getting Grippy Faust. Hold up. One 65. That is a 1% chance to get Grip Faust. Wait, not even. It is a 1.5% chance to get Grip Faust, right? Hold on. 1 point. How do we do this? I wish I remember how to math. Alright, well, we're not gonna... Oh, is this over? Is it over? Was that short? Okay. It's over. We're gonna get the Limbus Company music going. There we go. Limbus theme. Alright, actually. Let's put that down real quick for a little bit. I'm gonna see what this thing is. Window capture. What do we see on screen? A Ryoshu. Let's play the Ryoshu thing. I don't know. Uh-oh. Wrong tab. Wrong tab. So we got N Corp, N Ego, and this is the Contempt R run, right? Put back chest theme. That is not the video.
Limbus Company.
Limbus Company. Tarangalila. Okay. This is the Contempt R, right? So this is the Ego I be spamming? Oh, hold on. I'm blind. No, not premium. Not premium. Are you crazy? I can't afford that. What the hell? The contempt created from our shared brush? I'm going to give this really tepid gaze.
결국 내가 손을 대지 않는 혐오스러운 몰골을 바꿀 수도 숨길 수도 없는.
Got Gun here. Gun came back. Okay. Gun remaking his appearance.
부려져.
So this is Gubo and I forgot his name already. The guy who's using the name of the dead kid, right? Do they work together? Was that a team skill?
평범과 비범은 이렇게나 큰 차이를 보이지. 이대로 네 총알에 맞는 것도 나름 예술이지.
Fraud, yeah, by his brother.
공든 유적을 남길 때는 아닌 것 같아. 아직 공든 유적을 남길 때는 아닌 것 같아. 경외해라. 혹은 괄목하라.
Fraud combo? Double fraudulent activity?
이렇게나 큰 차이를 보이지.
Ordinary and the extraordinary. This is the difference.
Limbus Company.
Higher extraction rates for the featured identities. This is on 9/11. Yeah. Ego, N Corp, Contempt. Oh. Ryoshu.
봐. 더러운 것들에게서 쏟아진
from the squalid. Why is she always smoking though? Okay, so this is, you get the little spider thing in the background, right? Whatever the hell this is. Using those two in Mirror Dungeon to be cool. I saw apparently somebody cleared through a Mirror Dungeon like 10 minutes using a Corp-E song. I don't know if that's like, you don't have Fraud saying. I don't know if it was like 10 minutes in total or it's like 10 minutes of combat time. This isn't just entrails of blood. Which sounds really, wild.
어설프게 시선을 줄 뻔해. 이쪽으로 고개를 돌리지 마. 그래, 한번 봐버렸다. 경외감 속에서.
What? Shush you, which? No, not the wild hunt.
결국 내가 손을
Just wild.
대지 않는 혐오스러운 몰골을 바꿀 수도 숨길 수도 없는. 차라리 부려져. 이대로 네 총알에 맞는 것도 나름 예술이지. 아직 공든 유적을 남길 때는 아닌 것 같아. 경외해라.
It's quite the art to let your bullets strike me. That's what she has to say about that. That's what she has about to say. That's what she has to say. Only missing Heisho. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. All right, who's our guaranteed? Who's our guaranteed? Is this working? No, it was not. Earthly Faust, go. Go away. Don't bother poking at me. Did we? We got the best one. Bottom ego shower Heathcliff. We got the best one. It's the We'll wait till we get this last bit and then we'll do 3 of these. Potential man, yes. It's the best one. You know what's wild, right? Tell me how this character. She's not even bad, is she? What upsets me is that this guy has a whole ass passive that's just her. It's just copy paste this onto her kit. I don't want to read this here. And this, just update Hong Lu's passive. I don't want to read this here. What the hell? This is stupid. It makes it look like this guy's got a lot of shit going on, but he doesn't. Just ignore it. I can't. It's right there. I scrolled past this, was like, wow, this must be a strong identity. No, this is another this is one character, a different character's passive, and then this is a whole other character's passive. Now these are his passive. He just gets offense level up when he uses his skill 3. And what is the deal here? So when this unit triggers Tremor Burst twice with its skills, is it like it doesn't have to be on the same turn? It doesn't have to be the same skill? Can it just be any 2 times he does this? Because I think his enhanced skill 3 is the only thing that does Tremor Burst twice, but it specifically says his enhanced skill 3 cannot get Line Breaker. Only 3 Line Breaker can be gained per turn. Cannot gain Line Breaker with the skill this, right? Which is the enhanced one. Obsidian Crescent Decapitator. You need to change browsers real quick. %, stagger. Raised by Tremor Burst and Rupture damage dealt against this unit. Strider Wu is just haste and aggro, right? Yeah, aggro next turn. Gain 2 haste and stack times 2 aggro next turn. Clashable guard. They didn't even give him a clashable counter. He gets... You don't have an ad blocker here? Wow. Okay. When this unit has shield game, and what gives him his shield game? Was it Line Breaker? Yes, it is Line Breaker. Stack times 10 shield. Stack times 10. Strider Wu. Haste and aggro. Line Breaker. Line Breaker gives him shield. Max stacking 2 final power. When hit, this unit took 100 plus damage, even to shield, right? Gain 1 protection. When meeting, attack start. When this unit speed is faster than target by 2, 1 Line Breaker. When I trigger Tremor Burst twice, this is the part that confuses me. When this unit wins a clash while having Strider Wu, can only get 3 Line Breaker per turn. Can't get it with Obsidian. Triggers Tremor Burst twice with its skills. I'm gonna assume this just means every 2 times he does it. It can only trigger Tremor Burst with skill 3. No, I lied. Skill 2. I'm gonna assume you use skill 2 and 3 on a single turn. If target has death right. Oh, does he not have his own death right either, does he? He doesn't have his own death right. He doesn't have his own death right, Pico. He just gives enemies concussion. He doesn't have his own death right. No. No. So the way I read this, they're basically saying Ishmael is so bad of a character they had to give her a buff, but instead of buffing her, they put the passive on this guy. Like here. Now you have to put him on the team for her to play well. That's so dumb. Okay. I don't know what this guy's kit does. Right, we just have him unlocked. Lightning damage. Unrelenting Storm, Exalted Command. Rupture, Heisho Bolus. You know, they should just update this to... They should just update this to include Yi Song's skill rather than Yi Song having a whole separate box for it. So he also doesn't have a death right. Right? I should learn what he does. I should probably learn what he does. Okay. Does the Sinclair have a death right? Has Blood Flame. He doesn't, as the bullet contamination gives him bonuses. What? You mean Hung Lu? Instead of a death rate, he gets the bonuses. This guy does not have a death rate either, right? But everybody else has a death rate, correct? Death rate Venom. The flame thing is his death rate? Is it his death rate? Does it count as death rate? The Blood Flame. I mean that's kind of the deal breaker of being a Heisho, no? Was the death rate? This unit inflicts +1 more burn rupture bonus with its base skills. When this unit has this effect, heal 3 SP when upon staggering or killing an enemy. They gotta change this to HP. It'll be fun that way. This unit's SP is at max. When the above effect activates, gain 1 offense level up and 1 haste next turn. That's the Strider effect. This would be Strider. This would be Strider, not Death Right. I guess this technically would be the... Yeah. Hung Lu can heal already. Okay, I'll accept this. But only because I already have the character. I would... Does he heal? I don't know what he does. He just unlocked them and leveled them up. I understand. He gets bonuses for having missing HP. But if his HP gets too low, he dies. Hung Lu's defense skill? No, that's the weird retreat thing I never want to do. Apply / power up. If there are backup units, select one ally Heisho with the least HP percentage. Upon using the skill, apply blah 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 to the selected ally command and heal 10% of the HP upon retreating once per turn. It's Dookie. I don't want to retreat. It's a Dookie character. Heisho pack identity who retreated due to this effect will be placed earlier in the return line than non-Heisho identities. Okay. Okay, fine. Acceptable. Acceptable. They made it not bad. Acceptable. There are no backup units. Apply 2 attack power up to one ally Heisho with the least HP percentage. Okay, so ideally it would just be Heisho. It would just be Heisho units, but if you don't have just Heisho units, he would prioritize bringing back a Heisho unit. Okay. Okay. I never read his kit. Okay, fine. Look at all that text. Look at it. It would probably help me if I read and understood it. No. Combat start, defense up. We just unga bunga win rate. I've been win rating in mirror dungeons. If only you had the season ego for Hung Lu. There's a seasonal ego. We'll get it at the end of the season. Right? Or one day when I decide to get it. Oh god. I don't even know where to look for it. What the hell? It's been too long right here. This one, right? Is it this one? Has a special passive for him? Isn't it like he won't die? Or something? Okay, hold on. Before we start anything, Twitch, what are you doing? Twitch wants to play an ad. We're gonna play an ad. Yeah, he revives once thanks to that ego. Unclashable ignores target's defense skill. The skill does not hit an enemy. Does not hit an enemy. It's fixed damage by this skill's final power. This damage does not stagger or reduce this unit's HP below 1. Skill does not consume ego resources, and clash will deal plus 3% damage for every wedge. Retarnished blood on self. Coin power plus 1 for every 5 rupture on main target. Rupture? Okay. Attack weight, attack weight, attack weight. Base power plus 3. Based on tarnished blood. Remove wedge and tarnished blood from self, then dies. Oh god. Then dies. Base stack, max stack. Dies. So you would think. All coins on this unit's leftmost base attack skill on the dashboard become unbreakable points. Leftmost. Is this saying, so like if he has more than one skill to use, I would use this at the last skill possible? Or leftmost. Okay, so whatever I want to become unbreakable. Which... okay. This unit's leftmost. Coins, and that's if he has one, right? Turn start, gain 2 offense level up, 2 defense level down for every stack. Turn start 3 stack, gain 1 tarnished blood. Take number that brings their HP down to 0 instead of letting this unit's HP drop below 1 or becoming staggered or defeated. Use Tears of Tarnished Blood at the end. Turn and take 20% of HP damage per stack. Effect cannot be staggered by this effect. Not be staggered by this effect. One stack at turn end. Expires upon death or retreat. To turn all his skills into skill 3. Skills into skill 3s. I'm just misclicking everything. Jesus. Oh, Medimir, hold on. Can you explain one thing that's confusing me on Isong here? Right, his line breaker. When this unit triggers Tremor Burst twice with its skills, including ego skills. It doesn't have to be the same skill, it's just if he does it twice during a turn regardless. Like, does it have to be in the same turn? Can it just be every 2 times he triggers Tremor Burst? On different turns? Because other than, because apparently this skill, the enhanced skill 3 can't get Line Breaker. But it's the only way for him to do Tremor Burst twice. Unless I'm using multiple skills. You don't know. You're supposed to know everything. You're supposed to know everything. You're like the knowledge book of characters. Because it's like, you get Line Breaker by doing this. But then the only way I can see this happening without certain conditions happening is his skill 3. But it literally says you can't get it with the skill 3. And couldn't run it yet? Oh, okay. I'm assuming you have to put him early in the lineup so that he gets multiple attacks. And you can use his skill 2 and 3 or an ego to get the Tremor Burst. I mean, win a clash with Strider or attack start and having high speed. Yes, the first condition is easy. Yes, I understand. It's a hay show, yes. I got, oh my god. I think I got somebody to 20 speed yesterday for the first time. Okay, can I even do this? You had Thumb Marisa roll a 70 on speed? Speed or like clash power? On roll. This poor boy. This poor boy going through it. The family hierarchy. Okay. Decimated the enemy. Are there like team compositions for Capo Marisol yet? I'm assuming somebody's already came up with like a stupid ass auto delete everything. The hall was chill with a tense air. Where are we? Heisho Houses Assembly? And those present all sat in complete silence. Oh, we don't know that this bitch is fucking around, huh? Then there was Jia Yuanshun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. Prepare for a long yapping. Oh god. And at the center of long yapping for Limbus Company, I'll be here for 6 hours. Center of it all sat Jia Shishun, unsure what to say next. We're gonna call her Jia Shi. Well, everyone. Uh-oh, scam likely. Get away. Jia Yuanshun. Jia Yu. Damn it. Especially the 4th node, that alone takes about 4 hours. Seated next to the hierarch's seat, upon which Shishun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, lords of each family. Their proxies, members, and... She nods, lightly acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Shishun's guests, who stay here at our H-Court, seems to be extending without a foreseeable future. Isn't she technically from Q Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Jia Shishun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. Alright, first order as the family hierarch. Jia Shu, eliminate her. Okay. As we are all aware, venerable former Jia Mu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentuousness of which steered the very course of H Corp's prospects. Even after I departed the family for Q Corp, venerable former Jia Mu has always written missives to confer such matters with me. Venerable former Jia Mu? Is Jia Mu not like the actual name? This makes me feel like they're referring to Jia Mu as a title. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jia Mu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H Corp. What a grandiose, self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of this scene, or something. Maybe she is. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Yuan Shu. Flustered who? H Corp merchant. Board member. Okay. We're all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hongwong, despite your already saturated schedule. This guy... we can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity. What? I can't read that. Lady Yuan Shu. Magnanimity. My parents, a true shame that they couldn't be here, have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Yuan Shu. Yo, that was the prey dude. Response from... he skipped them. No. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only sisquious instead of arrogant. As heads of some of those houses were under investigation for consorting with foreign forces to Hongwong, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting during the family hierarch war. Very well, then shall we welcome Jia Shun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hongwong's family hierarch? Greetings, I am... Anyway, so I'm Big Sister's talking now. Be quiet, yellow one. Let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for the eternal prosperity and growth of H Corp. Jia Shun's expression immediately sours as Yuan Shan unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights, auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy. Hold on, Big Sister Yang Kwong. Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction for any remaining rooms the day before reconstruction days. And the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantage to certain families and high net worth individuals, guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Sounds like modern day society. Yes, this building is scheduled for demolition tomorrow. We can sell it to you today. $70,000. Stutters a little flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and high-ranking officials of H Corp. Ahem, ahem. If I may, Venerable Hierarch, lining the pockets is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Execute this, man. Oh, before we continue, Shishun, I'm not entirely certain if you're aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family hierarch, the perceived value of Hongwong has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hong Wong's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family hierarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this valley and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hong Wong once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family hierarch job, right? Why are you, if you had perused H Corp's article of association, you would have known that should H Corp be deemed to be in a state of crisis, the 4 great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family hierarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slander are tanking our value, which we built up assiduously. I don't know what that is. Through years upon years of toil. So what is this if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't doubt the new family hierarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? That sounds like the presidency in the US. Anytime a president changes, they're just like, oh my god, I can't believe he's responsible for this thing that was already happening just before the election. Or immediately after or during. Jia Yuanxun was somehow turning the room against Shishun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome hierarch who was single-handedly tanking H Corp's value. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present, stepped up to point out how Jia Shishun's swift action were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hong Wong's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Dongguan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension despite her relative inexperience, but everyone in Hong Wong's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of them had somehow inconceivably slipped their minds. All of that, okay. So you take yourself to be qualified individual for that responsibility, Shishun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years quarterly net revenue records for Hong Wong's singularity related business, your calculations on the next year's physical debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. So first of all, there are no boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. They were illegal. So screw you, big sister. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. That's the venerable hierarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware that the chaos that followed the ascension, we are still indexing all available materials to. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hong Kong has the family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hong Kong's historical statistics. Jia Yuanshu must have known all along too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all supplied with an immense repository of information through the Xiangwang worms or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target Shishun's weakness, knowingly asking questions she, for the first family hierarch without the Amana worm, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu. Okay, so it is like a position. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the wing to someone who is so evidently unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. A motion of no confidence? A motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. Yo, they planned this out years ago. So they're going after Shishun's power. So this is the picture Jia Xinwan wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through her first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H Corp board of directors. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got not an ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones to kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off. So can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know? My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this. In H Corp, Should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch powers will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is just like, okay, we can't say the thing directly. This is just like politics, actual politics. This is some needlessly convoluted way to. The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion no confidence against family hierarch Jia Shishun to the floor? Can Big Brother just show up and be like, hey, hey, y'all need to slow down? Otis just rolled all heads with 45 SP. That's standard, no? With 45 SP, that's standard. Unless it's supposed to be negative coins. Any objections to bringing the motion confidence? Hold on. The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly. Who the hell is this? Shi Huanzhen. The Shi family has no objections on a 4-coin skill. Isn't 45 SP like a 90-95% chance to get heads? The chances of you getting tails is ridiculously low. 95%. So at best there was at best, using whimsical math, you had a 20% chance of seeing a tails. so why are you surprised? And not even 50%, not even 30%. Shi family has no objections. We need to adopt this guy. I like him. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. Let's say Shu family too. This bitch is a traitor. The rest of the previous family heads, I meant tails. Oh, you got 4. Oh, you must have said something negative about the game and Project Moon heard you. You probably thought about something and they knew. The rest of the previous family heads seem to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Yuan Shun's good graces. New faces, same old. Wait, new faces, same. That was not translated properly, right? New faces, same old something something, right? That's what that was supposed to be. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. Release the Sancho. It's far too vexing to simply watch and do not. Right? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. They're walking all over Shishun. She's not even... Is he provoking her? I knew you wouldn't let this slide, Don Quixote. Surely you won't stand still for this. He's trying to invoke the Sancho. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. It seems like we're both on the same page. Engage? That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous. With your help, Don Quixote. Come on, let's do this together. Okay? Very well. I'm in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on 3 at the same time. There are no objections. 1, 2. The assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month. And 3. Here I... Objection. Bloody hell. Oi, have you gone mental? Don Quixote threw him under the bus. Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment, alone. Eh? Don Quixote's like, alright, little man, you got this. I'ma sit back. Still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thus hath evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. Certainly mine efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait, no. What happened there, Don Quixote? Weren't we going to? What happened to objecting together? Oh, I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and Department of the LCC. Disputes in succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with rash grandstanding. What wouldst thou not agree? She set him up. She set him up. Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meek boy? Oh, well, that's, I guess I just assume that this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Shishun's guest. Withdraw your objection and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it you have full confidence in her abilities, so please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Shishun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family hierarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't. How could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family hierarchy evaluation, Jia Bayu donated the coins he received from Jia Chu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? TikTok. And for your ascension, Jia Chu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Oh, hold up. Loud noises outside. I was just looking at what it was. Has there ever been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Didn't she at least get to the end? But have we not been witness to the qualities she exhibited during the family hierarchy evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Xinxun's merciless dismantling of Jia Xinxun. Zigong! Yet, I see the point. The hierarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before us? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who's been chattering for minutes on end. Bitch got called out! Forgive me, I could only presume from your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. Yeah, bitch, you got me. She's like, fuck. You have said yourself, no, that the vote of no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable hierarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family hierarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Just kill them. Very well, fair challenge between clans. Which would preclude the participation of the family hierarch's Heisho packs and the Jialan guards. So, you would remove her POW and you before the game even begins. Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? Cannon and Chariot. What audacity. Do you surely have that much faith in Jeshishun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights appertaining to the family hierarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. Should you survive, you are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sinners, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out Hung Lu's retort. Is this the Lord of Hung Wang? That's not true at all, big sister Yuan Shun. We actually have just as much confidence in Xinxun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Yuan Shun's. It occurred to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child. How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in the audience that she is indeed fit to be the family hierarch. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightly challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family hierarch. Get cooked. The consequences of such recalcitrance would be no different from those of that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well then, we will excuse ourselves now. Wait, I was hoping Big Brother would show up and be like, hey bitch, settle down. Zhonggong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly hall. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the family hierarchy. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take, not to mention the official channels through which you must bring them past Dongguang's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now, and relinquish but a part of your powers as the family hierarch to the board of directors? How about no? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Just Shishun's masters, each carrying something new to teach her. All 13 of them. Uh-oh. Zigong gestured confidently toward the flabbergasted sinners, and the assembly came to an end. Hello, we're here to teach you. Alright, so this is how you wield a gun. It's how you swing sword. Family hierarchs proof. Second. The hall was filled with tents. Did I just click the same one? And those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was, with her lips slightly curled into a... Did I just click the same one? Well, everyone. Honored heads. This is this. I clicked the same one. I did it backwards. Twitch is throwing ads everywhere. I'm not even playing ads. It's not me. It's not me. I swear. Okay. Oh, because this one was lit up, right? There we go. I didn't do it. It says I got 30 minutes of no pre-roll ads. What doesn't stop ads entirely, huh? We were planning to train Jiashishun anyway, but it seems that we are now under the unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Shishun. Big sister Yuanshun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family hierarch. But Shishun, weren't you always good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do. But now things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family hierarch, and she's right. I pretty much lucked into this position. Don't tell me that the woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of family hierarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observations from our previous interactions. The heck? Shishun, I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? He even had the audacity to pretend to not know who we were, didn't you? Didn't you? Where'd all that confidence go? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So Shishun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Yuanshu is going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments of her influence were true? Is the implication that her testaments on her... Yep, it's true. Before she left Q Corp, Big Sister Yuanshi used to always accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold the vote of no confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce the family hierarch's scope of power. and who knows, they might even call for a reevaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Yuanshu, I think her definition of Hongguang's prosperity might be different from mine. What she's looking for is an H-Corp's prosperity. It's Dongguan's. And I know that this all has something to do with the ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hongguang's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hongguang is, I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people live without fear. I just never imagined I have to prove myself like this, and only in 30 days. Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great. So it's decided then, huh? We just need Fao to deliver the bad news to Salde. So to summarize, the responsibility of training Shishun to win these matches, I mean these amphorious tests upon which hinges the family hierarch's fate, and almost every facet of which is entirely under Jia Yuanshun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days is ours, and we have to explain that to Saud. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, prithee thou must impress upon the illustrious red gaze that 'twasn't mine idea this time. It's like, you know. Sinclair, like, you really throwing me under the bus. Sinclair stared blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Saud. Yes, and I understand that as well for the 8th time. As always, Saud was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days during which those sparring matches, tests, or whatever will be happening as well. Great, then let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed everything up again. Wait, what? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Yeshu acclimatize herself to the responsibilities of the family hierarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to the LCB missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident, had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family hierarch's position, which must still be on a rather thin ice. Oh, so that's why they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Yuanshun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family hierarch. Again, against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon. The most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head on. Jesus. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company's stay in Dongguan? This is also prime opportunity for Jia Shishun to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we're not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Jia Shishun? All 12 of us? She said 13. I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. By the way, we've already had an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision, rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, you must be the one who placed last in the scale. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a sore thumb. I may have overreacted then. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits. From the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as the student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek all those who we come across. Oh my god. Just what in the heavens are you doing? I am preparing a lesson plan for young Shishun, our family hierarch. You sure got on that fast. So, what are these yellow wormy things here? 'Tis a star, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lessons plan's execution require cooperation from T-Corp. Yeah, 'twould be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct post haste. Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zongong's grimace? Of course, each to their own. I suppose I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans in hand. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zingong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Uh-oh. Don Quixote with a -3 hours for sleep. That doesn't work because when you sleep, you get the rested XP bonus. But the rested XP bonus gives you better learning opportunities. So you need the sleep. Zilu, I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. This is Zilu without her outfit? Wait a minute. The Binky Zilu. Hold on. Shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Yeah, I handed my lesson plan too. Zilu is very Get out of here with that Banu thing. Bunny. She only got like one little rabbit token. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. Nah. Heathcliff was gonna teach her brawling. It ain't me. Oh, please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You think you've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Oh, well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for some reason. Actually, In Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers... Yeah, I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Whew. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed the big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zilu's hands. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You seem to have dedicated quite the momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an aesthetes AAA. What does AAA mean, and how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Appreciation of artistry and assassination. I think there's... Nah, see, Sinclair just... There's no way he's just guessing this, right? I think there's more to him. He's gonna have a second canto. He's gonna have a second canto. It's like, alright. He was evil the whole time. F you. Went too far. Right? Sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use? That's not paint. It's quite viscous and the paper has partially melted. Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some on my arm. A painting. Zilu, entrails coating the world? Now you know how aesthetics appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together. Zilu stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite the shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson, thus it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zilu crumpled the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for it. Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeved fashion practices. Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. That's you know how it is. Be proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws not as failings but as evidence of our individuality, which will usher in a world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Sealy quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to what? Denigrative linguistics? Subheading. The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. My credentials include the ability to dress down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticism and vice versa. All of this seem rather difficult to learn. I have concluded from my observation that GS Shishun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee you that this cadet shall be able to have the upper hand in any verbal confrontations. Is this a curriculum to make me the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Zilu seemed quite interested, but GS Shishun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title. Subheading. Methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard. Buy on the wherefore. Next. Praxis of ego splitting concerning inter-mirror conflict between the self and the reflect and paradoxically fractured theory of idealism, which one attempts to open an opening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Ryoshi's advice to turncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. This is Ishmael, right? How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Again, wait, I forgot to take that part out. Shred it. And into the shredder. When did that paper shredder get here? The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or 2 into your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Nah, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Dongwon people who hated him. I see. This... I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Next. How to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. Maricel. This lesson plan was designed based on Rodeon's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family hierarchy. Shredded. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Is Heathcliff. Jack shite. Sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of having hierarch qualities, but our focus is not on developing hierarch of a syndicate. Next, information disparity is a driver of inequitable treatment. Oh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational self-interest driven societies. And is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After you had gone through the majority of our lesson plans. Finally. Now that that's over. Yes, it's finally my turn. Woo. Sinclair saw it with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. I call my lesson the theory of self-overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities, how to always shoot higher. Hold on. You had me for a second there, but what's up with this acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? I am... Of course, I prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Shishun's saying. Following that, your company's it seems that Zilu completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going? Everyone? Class prep going well? My new curriculum most especial. Okay, so that's a no. It was Sade's impression upon taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson plan in her hands. No, it wasn't a complete bust. At least Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew. Miss Ogong, Miss Sade, I prepared full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Sade weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong especially was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Zilu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own? I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jishun's teachers. Oh no. Or should I call you Pupil Sinclair to be exact? There's got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Shishun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed that you are to learn from this as well. Poor Sinclair. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. Guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just Shishun sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, I bet Sink's the resident expert on going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know. Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole my teachings to just anyone. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, you always get hyper fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop thinking about it for 3 hours at least. And I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide Sinclair. Hold on, geez, Song. I thought we were the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We're going to get this together? The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might, I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a deskmate, which some also call a bestie depending on desk placement. Eh? Deskmate, bestie, what the heck does that even mean? Huh? Jia Shishun's eyes widened with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she had attended any school-like institutions. This is par for the course for children in Hongguang who are raised for the purpose of becoming the next family heart. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties? Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month with the other sinners as his teachers. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgets to do theirs. They usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. They're not very important at all. I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Poor Sinclair. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. Shishun would sit and watch other kids walk to school from a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunch boxes with friends. I haven't a clue as to how or where she even heard about it, but she snuck into the kitchen and... wait, don't you guys have lesson plans to write? Come on, hurry up. 30 days are ticking down. We've only got 30 days. Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Salde. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. What was that? I said nothing. Okay, so Zilu calling her out. Okay, now we get to the Yap one. Oh god. Oh god, now's the Yap one? Oh my god, wait a minute. Yeah, look. This has a desk icon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Zilu and Salde appeared to have aged several years overnight. Their faces sunken and sallow. Finally, after referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each center, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Miss Zilu? Apologies. Sleep deprivation has raved me of clear of mind. The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jitshu's mythology you shared, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family heart, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days as promised is an implausible effort. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 subcategories. Oh, super categories. Oops. And they are called... Oh, look. UI elements. Got water, wind, and fire. What are these supposed to be? Shi, Yong, and Ren. Shi, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage, the ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it, the risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming a craven. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishments again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishments. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart. The compass of behavior that dictates respect towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all three of your criteria. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach these students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson in Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Just what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Gong are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Alright, Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message to you. Be strong, my lady. Wei! He's just like, alright, you take care of this. Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. You did not. Oh, God. Plus 2 Shi, Young Ren. Morale minus 6. Where's morale? Right here. 100. Okay. This is a mandatory class. Alright. Spring cultivation. Day 1. Days and stats. Good luck with this. Oh god. The goal in this game mode is to raise the main stats Shi, Young, and Ren as high as possible over the course of 30 class days. Class effects. Each class specializes in raising different stats. Some classes might even raise or lower the students' morale values. Aside from days with fixed classes, you can choose up to 3 classes per day. The variety of selectable classes grows as the days go by. Class results in morale. Tip-top. Classes can either end in success or failure. A successful class will greatly increase the amount of stat gain, but a failed class will greatly reduce the amount of stat gain. Higher morale results in higher chances to have a successful class. Combo. Class combos are class combinations that give certain bonus effects. When those classes are taken in the same day. Fix your Soshi Encyclopedia for Dummies. Okay. Combo. Once you discover a combo, you can preview its activation in the schedule menu. Taxidermy Geniuses. Yisong Faust. Stat gain Ren Shi +4. View all discovered combos and undiscovered combos in the combo list page. Once you've selected all of your classes, select Begin Class button to begin class. Class progression. Classes progress automatically. During classes, you can view students changing stat values in real time. Sinclair can gain these too. He looks so upset. Notice, class upgrade. Taking a class gives experience. Once a class experience has been maxed out, the class will be upgraded to the next level. Taking higher level classes will yield more stat increases. Please note that classes cannot be upgraded beyond Master. Novice Expert. 2296. 2211A. Oh boy. Combat Prowess Enhancement. Raising Shi, Yang, or Ren stats beyond a specific level or upgrading class to a certain level will enhance the student's combat prowess. These enhancements are applied separately for Jia, Shishun, and Sinclair. Slash Resist. This better be a permanent stat. Viewing combat prowess. Select the magnifier icon here to view Shishun's detailed stats. Mandatory class. Jia Shishun solo battles. On certain dates, combat encounters may occur in place of classes. Jia Shishun will be participating in these encounters on her own. Midterm. Combat progression. Skill slots are chained automatically. Press the gong-shaped button to begin the combat phase. Only by winning the combat encounter can she progress to the next day or the next class. Skill slots are chained automatically. So it's win rate. Win rate, okay. Look at the little chicken. So there's only 2 class combinations? So are these the classes and this is the order I put them in? Hold up. Twitch. Twitch is gonna do the thing. Twitch wants to play ad. Okay. What does she do? She does stuff. Crimson Spring. Inflict 7 bleed. Plus 200% damage on critical hit. She has no egos. On kill with this unit's attack skill gain poise equal to rupture on the target. Oh boy. Max 5. Inflict 1 more rupture potency or rupture count 2 times per turn if this unit's offense level is higher than its target. Clash power plus 1. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Clash lose gain 3 defense level. Okay. 2 times per turn. Wait a minute. Sinclair, just Sinclair? Oh, Sinclair doesn't have a... Okay. Did this. Begin. Resume. You don't show this message again. Resume classes. My name is Yisong. That is all. The class I have prepared for the day? I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. Which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes? People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risk sounds much more palatable than potential in itself, to some people after all. Correct again. Yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself. That lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentials, the latent strength in the world. Yet, even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable words of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. Class time! Alright, what do we do? I had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Everybody gets points. Oh, okay. Now, if you're prepared to do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. What is... For some reason, Shishun appeared to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know, it's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was going to show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. The vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You're right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about that. I was brushing my hair and looking in the mirror as we were talking, but I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family hierarchy war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? The evil! Do we see Enclair? I see, well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seemed like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the mirror. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I've uncovered a part of myself I had hidden away for a long time. Class time. Okay, do the thing. Also, this is second class. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Ding. Now class 3. I learned how to be more true to myself looking... Wait, did I just skip something? Class, metaphysical approach to ego and reflected world, leveled up to expert. So we got an expert class now. Confirm. Jia Shishun slash resist. 0.25. Morale plus 30. This is a mandatory class, so I can just change this. 1 second. Alright, I'm back. I had to step away. Okay, let's go back to class. Let's get back to class. So we got Teacher Don Quixote. 'Tis true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Shishun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well. Which is understandable, given what Sol told him sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago. Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Salde. So what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment, as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, then continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? Are you done? How can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus cometh the time to test thy dedication to this lesson, and the knowledge that it should naturally come with. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When she even find the time to prepare this? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hast paid attention in class. Worry thee not. Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha, but of course, I came prepared for such inquiries. For each correct answer I shall bestow upon thee from the very treasure chest of mine. These precious, precious fixer badges, forsooth, I did not let a single day go by in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know. I don't really need them. Hold 9 applause, for there is a bonus reward for victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making. Fixer Chronicles Yufei. 'Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. Still not really... I'm not doing anything for either of us. It's still a pretty useless reward, but what if you're turning this into a competition? I won't lose. Seriously? What, scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Ha! I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I have ever had. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, "Looked like Miss GSU finally getting a feel of how friendships close in age are forged in school." That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. It TikToked in response. "'Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixer UFO is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart thee a major clue. If thou hast paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 pillages in which the Fixer UFA was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven, who attained triumph in the Battle of Rhino Tree in the year 465, had said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got this. It's when she had to forge onward despite watching her dear comrades fall one by one, and they held the line to buy her time. Gah, damn it, I was too slow. Fi young Shishun Dowith Earth incorrect. Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she was forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou had suggested, young Shishun, was her 7th most difficult ordeal. She's speaking like she was actually there. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales. But most of these are tales I have learned from books. Much that I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience. Enough to study the ways of minstrels? There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Last time with Don Quixote. Look, she's got the Power Rangers on the table. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. Ren plus 10. Our Ren is good and everywhere. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case, the Fey Force? Speak its name in full. I've got it, a Summer Night Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixers by simply reciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Are you kidding me? Ooh. Come on, you can do this, Jiashushin. You can do this. This is nothing. Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night Fantasia! Not Quixote. She crying. Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusions, yet thou that demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge. I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. Dante, lights, left side. Gotcha. Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jeshishun's 2-person play, silently wiped their tears away. Bravo, bravo. Certain minor details were missed, such as that Yue Fei, the Fixer, was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with a lighter in his left pocket before every duel. Yet, 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon thee. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of Yue Fei, the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Huh. It was just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Shishun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. I even forgot to breathe at one point. Mirror world, have very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Jishin gains 60 max HP. She's too strong. Hold on, I can't see. I can't see. 11, 5, 2, 9. Oh, can you put it once? Wait a minute. I have a choice. Wait, can I do double Faust? Well, I'm not trying to remove it. I'm trying to add it. Okay, no double Faust class. She gets much stronger. Boom! This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. Hold on. Will that say? Will perk? We're gonna ignore that. I didn't see nothing. This is a component. I never looked at her sword. Structure from forms of H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh? You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed, an opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Huh? Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles, though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Taxidermy geniuses. I did it! Combo. Based on the skills I learned, I managed to recreate the model of a machine from Faust. Sorry. Plus 35 she! I'm catching up with the Ren. So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that inquisitus thing. The day when Hongguang can be a place where people live without fear. Without the fear of encroaching reconstruction days, without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they fall or not. So Hongguang can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of a safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust. Bang! The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there, right? She just explodes. I learned how to be more true to myself. Chance class success rate plus 40%. So there's another combo with Faust and Don Quixote. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. Class, be passionate and dream on. Fix your tales. Love it up to expert. Plus 40. Wait, is that XP? Morale. slash resist. Okay, what are we doing now? So we got Gregor. My War Tales. Okay, so... combo. Class success rate plus 40%. Do I need this right now? We'll do this. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. The room's air filled grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw that Gregor had written on the chalkboard. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty damn close to one recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Miss Shishun here failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board. His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man. Is it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Silu. Is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Puff. Well... When else am I going to get a chance to share the realities of war? Or right to a wing chief, executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub at them. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Shishun's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the Wing War. The Smoke War, right? To do smoking. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation of my own. And that's why the Smoke War's fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times, so everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just the former G-Corp found that planes easier to maneuver in. I feel like Dongguan could make a pretty good use of Hongguang as a defensive fortress, especially when its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho now know and use very well. Exactly. This should explain why they were hesitating outside Dongguan. Remember the thumb fellows? The ones we met who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilized the topography of Hongguang differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuver around Hongguang, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hongguang is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of that. We did visit your fathoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He always shrugged off those stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city. Its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst city presently has to offer. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was no more. Oh boy, sorry fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened there. I forgot it was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No, everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hongguang needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. But wait for me. Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in the room for a while. Lighting up cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on the chalkboard, smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. Miss Faust managed to leave various detailed mechanical fundamentals about H-Corp technology. Managed to learn. Whoops. Precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Ding, ding. Jijun gained 1 defense level. Jijun Jingbang Bolus passive improved. We got Hung Lu. Okay, so we got Hung Lu. We got high morale on both of them. Ding 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 dong. Oh, what's her name is here? Our class is going, Jijun. I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable hierarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Shu family bodyguard to be here? I am no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. Wait. Don't tell me who got you. Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my service, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. Oh, she was like, you, get out. Don't be involved in this any longer. So, what's there you have to teach me, big bro? Your last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu. So, you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on. You spent most of your time stuck in Yihongwang before leaving Hongwon. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Shishun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Shishun and Claire is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote, Surviving Hongwang on the chalkboard. Oh, well, I don't think I need any help in that department from you. Look, I know you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jiamu, I mean, the previous hierarch and the elders sheltered you from the worst of it. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful? What? Weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? I know nothing of Wuthering Heights. Never. I will never know of Wuthering Heights. How you doing, Flower? Oh, that. I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Hildante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with 4 bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? Death powder. That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you're suggesting, Venerable Hierarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Hung Lu, who was watching that with an oddly content expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. Okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Hung Lu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Those silver spoons were custom made at Dongguan's request. A must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poison as well. Yeah, I know, they're actually what? It's nothing. In Hongwon, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions. Knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? Honglu opens his eyes before Jia Shishun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoon in his hand like throwing pins towards the 3 of the bowls, and immediately chugs the 4th bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked for them for... Siren's new tortilla is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Dongguang. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too, do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Wha? Just a hunch? Are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know. You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? He's crazy. He's trying to kill them. So right through every assassination method Honglu prepared. Uh-oh. You're getting upset. Gotta bring me back Don Quixote. I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Dayu's anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Shishun. I know that the adepts of each Heisha will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residence, Yuang Xingwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful bonuses to protect your life. Even still, there still will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off that sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing. Jia Shishun whipped around, away from Honglu, as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worried. Faust, teach him the machine. It exploded again. H-Corp technology. Expert. Gregor, teach him about war. Oh, every 6 days you will be subject to midterms prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuanxun. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam sites, and only by passing the test may Jia Shishun retain her status as the family hierarch. My lady, oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, it's I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Wei's rather funeral voice wasn't just out of his concern for Shishun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paperwork cascading over me like a storm burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not only ones going through the ringer. Okay. Faust class leveled up. So we got the slash resist. Combat day? Oh, okay. I don't know what the effects of low morale are. 200, 140, 79. I think we're doing good. We're doing good. Got bonus HP. Arc level. Something got upgraded, right? Something here got upgraded. I don't know what it was. Midterm. Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I had hoped to fight you in the family heart war. If you'd run into me, then. Didn't this guy get blasted at the beginning? Isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? The results of the family hierarchy couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? Bruh, it wasn't even me. It wasn't even, I didn't even do that. It was the other lady. It's not easy. It never is. Oh, maybe it was her. You know, what are you on all about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Dongguan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given that they'll be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you hid in their cells all over Hongguang. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongguang have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead to people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm not sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. Was not, or was? Though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escape. Okay. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongguang's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really, where'd you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. You did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on. Let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that naught but disparagement awaits unjust victories. She's becoming heroic. Morning. Yeah, right. I don't get to do anything, right? Everything's chained. I just hit the gong. She's losing. What the hell? Look at that, 50 rupture. It's so sad you can't play as... What do you mean? It's Ishmael. Just play Ishmael. It's her. Do you think maybe that's something they could add? For like mirror dungeons or event stuff that's like non-canon. You can play as some of the characters in game instead of the sinners, but they would take a slot of a sinner rather than other than just being the identities. On use, consume 5 charge. On use, gain 5 charge. This is cheating. What's... Oh, he got Clash power up. Yeah. Dodged everything. Everything got done. Look! We have all the skills. Crimson Phoenix. Adept Evasion. Crimson Strike. She got all the gloom. Can we ego? We can't. No. Ooh. Ooh, she dead. She dead. Defeat. She died. Ain't no way I have to do this until she wins. Ain't no way. Send Sinclair. It's only her. This is the first time I've seen someone lose this. I don't have a say on the outcome. What do you mean? You didn't train her good enough? What the hell? It's not like they gave me a lot of options. Come on. Come on. Oh, no. I think we already should start over. Like, I can't do anything. Actually, so chop. This isn't. What? What am I supposed to do? Get better. Get better at the auto battle, you're right. Don't worry, she's rolling for the early victory this time. Why's his stagger threshold so low? Yeah, why'd she get 3 of them? Do-do-doom, do-do-do-doom. Do-do-doom. Do-do-doom. Look, look. We might win this. We probably got this one. Look. She didn't use her evade 6 times per turn. Look at. I'm so good at this game. She just don't use your evade 6 times per turn. Good for you, you won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. See, this game has there's no skill involved in this game. It's all luck depending on what skills your characters roll. This just proved it. There's no difficulty to this game or skill. It's all luck. 100% luck. That's it. That's it. You lost most of your clan during the family horror war, didn't you? Yeah, so what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah, you little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your sorry. Every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win, and I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hong Wong itself. Shi Huanzhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you down to the last man. You knew my name, ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Want to make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hong Wong? Uh-oh. She's making allies. Banned. There's an O. Okay. Where can we get the most of this? Okay. That's what Ishmael's here for. Heard you managed to come out on top of your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your idea. Oh, so it makes sense. Because Ishmael don't block. She just goes. Despite her having a shield. What the fuck did they give her a shield for? Now, shall we look what I prepared for today? You're teaching about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoors class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the heights buildings in Hongguang. Surviving 10 days in Hongguang, backstreet with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in, since the game needs a certain number of players, but really, can you really call this tabletop game an adventure? Yet, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as, what a move. What a move. Oh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. They're playing D&D! Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crispy. It was a formidable foe that was wonderfully executed, Miss Ishmael. Really? Well then, as my next move, and that's how you came up with this? I played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Zhengzhou Journeys, or JND. It's a popular game among Hongguang's youths. It's gotten generally positive reviews too. What Ishmael is so proudly presented before everyone appeared to be a board game with numerous cards and a minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered become the JM. The JM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that role. What's fucked up here, see, and generally helps guide the players to safely arrive at their goals. No. The Dungeon Masters, for some reason, have a fetish for, like, killing off their players. They're just wild. There's a huge problem with D&D where the Dungeon Masters, they're the Game Masters, whatever you want to call them, they just hate their players and want to hurt them, and they're like, they like have this ego of pride that their game is unplayable because they just kill their players. Yeah, no one's ever beaten by a dungeon. It's because you're a terrible person. So why are you doing this? The whole point of the game is to set up an adventure for the players to get to the end, not to kill them in the middle of it. They're like, which would be me. If they completely ruined my game with broken builds, I would be like that too. So this is the thing. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. So this is the thing. You have the ability to play around that. They can't break it. You're the DM. If the player has something that like auto kills your character, yeah, so the guy dodges your attack, making it completely void. What? But I rolled a 99. No, I don't care. That doesn't work here. You write the universe, so you can prevent these things. They just don't. They get upset. They get upset and then kill the players. Like, no, you can play around it. You can always play around bullshit that your players do. You choose whether something works or not, right? That's part of the game. The game. If you have a player that makes a broken build, you just make an enemy. You just make Ricardo. Ricardo shows up with his music playing, and he distracts that player the entire encounter. There you. Wisdom, strength, dexterity. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this. Unavoidable instant death. And stop killing. Don't kill your players. I'm supposed to be playing this character's role. Sinclair and Jia Shishun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city via Yuanyu, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You traveled here in search of a legendary treasure, a MacGuffin called the Tinya Sword of the Farland. Because one of the members stole some hair coupons. That's how it is, right? Yeah, just have Ricardo show up Just as the player is about to do their bullshit super attack that like one-shots your enemy, Ricardo shows up, deflects the attack. It's worthless. He just wasted his turn. And Ricardo is 100% locked in on that character. They can't taunt or aggro him in any way. It's just, nope. For the rest of this fight, you're dealing with Ricardo. Everybody else got to deal with the bad guy. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? Ooh, it's because, so there's this legend in Yanyu about how the sword of, the Tinyan sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about how having the sword is the proof of a true leader of these lands, and so on and so forth, you know. Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see, the city called Yanyun must be in a lot of trouble too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Jian Shishu nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to find that sword. Then, I will claim the Tinyan sword no matter what cost. Sacrifice Sinclair on the first episode. Let's go. Shishu nods with determination. Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we face in the adventure. I love getting stuck in a dungeon and there's a thing on the wall we're just not noticing. From the rumors you've gathered... Oh, that's another thing. DMs will be like, okay, you have to solve this puzzle, and then they'll make it like a 22 wisdom check or something, and the players just all fail it, and it's like they didn't create an alternative to figure out the puzzle. Well, you just your bad design locked them out of progressing this. That's your fault, not the players. Or if it's mandatory, then you just have them roleplay that they were searching for something and you go from there. You don't even make a roll. Right. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kajin Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I will walk up to the Kajin Keep, chat him up and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kazan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking him? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which should give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on, I'll try to convince the Kazan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My wisdom is pretty high. And you passed the check! Oh no! The Kazan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. What? Look at him. Okay, then I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just roleplaying Heathcliff now, aren't you? The Kajin Keep shared some information about the sword he heard. He explained that the party should seek northeast toward Jishin Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in the Kajin Keep's eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently, a patrolling guard beat his son pretty badly just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find any. Oh no. That's too bad. We've got a job to do since we have what we came here for. We leave Kashan. Well, they say that jams aren't supposed to interfere with the player's choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out for every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go through. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get him that medicine. What? The brute. The brute's the good guy. After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kajin Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai, guardian of the Tian sword. Is the Yaoguai a mutated radiated bear from Fallout? He explains the fairy Yaoguai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky is overcast. Hearing that, the innkeep's son takes a quick look at the clouds and then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Glad we helped them out. Okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. Look, there's a dragon! You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16. With a final singular strike from Jia Shishun, the fairy Yaoguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Sinclair biting his thumb. Yes, the Tinyan sword is ours. Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon its hilt. With this, we can... However, the defeated Fairy Yangwai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jie Shishun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. But no, I quickly get between Shishun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly, even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasion save. One and another one. Nope, that's a... Bye-bye. It's okay. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaogwai lies still as, well, the final vestiges of its strength completely spent. Sinclair, go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. The sword as your proof. No, this sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to bandage Sinclair up and carry him back. I won't leave him behind and descend the mountain all on my own. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. Oh. On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it. Step by step. Shishun, look over there. Everyone we've helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager there to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword were what taught me how to be a good leader, not the sword itself. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way, and the friends we made. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. Shush! It was necessary for learning. I had a so-so time learning about the fixers and their deeds. Tip top. We're in good shape. One offense level. Crimson Phoenix skill improved. Ow. I don't know. Okay, next class. We can just make stuff up. Okay, where are we at? Okay. Ishmael. Ishmael and Faust. Bloop. Damn combo. Okay. Got a new expert class. Slash resist went up. We got Marisol. Finally. 252. In regard to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm going to need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the manager 32 days ago. Begin quote. This is still that one note. Shush. 32 days ago. What? Excuse me. I'm sorry to have ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. Unnecessary interjections weigh down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? Is it a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news? The same messages could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. It's not even halfway. Okay. Sure, seems easy enough. Suddenly, Marisol let out a cry as he clutched his chest, then fell to the floor. We gotta help him. Are you okay? Marisol, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes not passed. You're cheating. You're also a cheater. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed the gun. Oh my god. The morning papers, class over. 9 to 5. All stats +1. Wait, actually all stats +1? Oh wait, these stats. Completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fixers. Even forgot to breathe at one point. Look at that. We're doing good. We're doing good. Max, minimum and max speed, more 60 HP. Crimson Spring improved. More slash resist. I don't know what it's doing. Unless it's not visible here. Forgot to breathe Marisol. Good. Wow. Okay. Oh wait. Here we go. Ding dong. I mean class, next session. I mean class. When they reach master, she gets good. 20 morale restore. Oh. They just restore hella morale. Okay. All stats +1. Took the class. Ding, 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 ding. Crimson Strike, skill improved. Crimson Phoenix, second form Rapture, skill improved. Gained 1 levels. Okay, okay. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. And I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as a superior. They'll eventually open up. Foolishness! Eh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend the limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of attaining intelligence is torture. Torture? I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever heard. The displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my clan's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them. Foolishness. Foolishness. Please, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think when you hear the word torture, then this unit, this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hong Wong may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hong Wong seemed to put Xinxun in a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on class. The most effective method of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take Brief saws of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you'll be learning today. To your positions, cadets. Beating up these logs. I'll get morale off of Otis and Marisol as well. Explosion! Loop. Chains of command, all stats. Tip-top shape. Who is this? Who is this? Oh, this guy. So, I hear you defeated Shi Huanshen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest shame. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family's underdogs? What? Oh, don't you know? You see, I managed to talk Shi Huanshen into, you know. What? No, it can't be. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. My men are already on their way. No, but how did you know it was block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's block 32. Did you just... I did. Huh. That was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know how you changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this. Is that it? That may be befit the seat of the hierarch, however. A leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools, is bound with wrath. I, Shi Xinjing, refuse to let someone so unqualified such as yourself retain power. Die. Alright, how bad do we do? Do we lose 2 rounds? Okay, she's not using a defense skill. She's not using a defense skill. Oh, but that is a counter. I keep trying to win rate when it's already locked in. Ow. Ow. She's gonna get staggered in 2 turns. Oh, 1 turn. Or not. She doesn't seem to actually be taking that much damage. Doom, doom. Rupture count +3. Hit him. Hit him. Yeah. $123. Get him. Get him. He's right there. He's right there. Oh, he got unbreakable coins. Slap him up. Oh, that was too good. We did too good. We're doing too good. Damn it. I was so close. You weren't even close. Nah, man. You didn't even land a hit. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Yuanchun actually gained control of Hongwang? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butter you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon, you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative position under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister, Yuanchun's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She made sure that nothing about this treason's going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now, let's think about this carefully. About Jia Yuanchun's vision for Dongguang. Will it be more H Corp or Q Corp? I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you. What guarantee do I have that you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So, about the hiding place where you put your parents, you just accidentally let slip. I don't know their whereabouts for a while. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the hierarch, big sister? Yuan Shun made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family hierarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch go around arresting innocent people of H Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. Naeum. Okay. Ryoshu! Alright, we're gonna learn about the Tios. Oh, taking care of... What? Taking care of children. Okay. Unfortunately, okay, Honglu is the only... that one that's not expert right now. Ryoshu just starts at expert. The Shi family has committed crimes against the family. What family? the middle family? Family? TKTDWK. Teaching kids to deal with kids. Easy. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would like to teach a particularly bloody art class, but tisk, that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zeelu was there, artless or otherwise. In today's class, I'll sink if you're a UA. Slash your neck? The Shi family is getting protected from Ricardo. Is it? What? But I'll scan if you're a UC. I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult. But I'll soothe, coax, and nurture you if you're an unruly child. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and you have it. What context? What context am I supposed to evaluate? That's me playing the game. Let the art do the talking. MTL kids. Ah yes, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Just bring Shiren, yes. Remember the one guy that insulted the big brother in record time? It was during the God, what was it? During the sweepers or just before the sweepers showing up? Upon the venerable family hierarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why, Sharon? No, wait. What? You brought a who from the what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean you brought that kid on my orders? Ryoshi snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable hierarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They're the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are all important. My memories with Big Brother Bayou or what? Anyways, moving on, you heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflicts. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Dongguan are extremely wary of anyone who's not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified. And I imagine his parents must have given a whole lot of warnings too. Heh, I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. She's juggling. She got a little panda. Look, she got Dongo. She got little spinning toys. Who gave that kid such a horrendous haircut? Listen, some parents just weren't meant to be parents. Sinclair plus 50% to all stats gained from class. Wait, what? Only Sinclair gets this benefit? Jesus. Wow. He's really taken a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how'd she even do that with her hands? Not even Masters of Martial Arts move like that. Ryoshi was practically giving him no time for any other distraction or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of tactics, including but not limited to ventriloquism, hongju, a traditional Hongwon toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually, don't pull too hard, the child ended up piggybacking on Ryoshi, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Ryoshi to be good at this. Neat. And with the exact same expression as her usual one, Ryoshi was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts is the best way to go about it. What's important isn't the best way to go. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. That's also because he's a Dongwon kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Hierarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, if it's going to depend on what you're about to ask whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, rookie Hierarch. Why say all that when TWDT, you don't get the immaculancy of succinct abbreviations? Ryoshi grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jieshijun, then, in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and then seemed to do the trick. Speak, kid. It's, my big sis said that when the family hierarchy was over, I could finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousin says you're the biggest and baddest of Hongwon, Venerable Hierarch. So I wanted to ask if you can make Dongwon safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Totally. It's gonna be done. Don't worry about it. No questions asked. Sometime later, after Jiren guided the child out of the classroom, I found Jieshijun whispering something to herself. Got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try and prove the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own, a place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside. Jieshishun, plus 50% to all stats gained from class. Wondrous. Class over. Alright. Master! Alright, we got it all. Jishun 1 defense level, Jing Bolus passive improved. She'll learn apathetic response passive. He has a new passive. When other allies are hit, gain 1 offense level, then gain 2 haste next turn. When's he leveling up? Need him to level up. All stats plus 1. 20 morale restored. Gain 1 offense level, passion skill improved levels. Rodeon. Okay. Gain all stats gained from this class. Just Hung Lu. Rodan also gives me around. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So, you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great. We're playing some. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Sinclair? Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest, cleanest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear. I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Wait, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy, you know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of you to force my lady to partake in such a base activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow. And here I thought you'd at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub. Sorry, Scrub says what? So Wade joined the table. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You 3 will work together to ensure that I don't win the game. In other words, make sure I'm not number 1 by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without hearing even a word of out of your mouths. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lips twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Oof. And Shishun? And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How'd you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. I misread. There's no way I read that properly. Let's see, it would have been tougher for us to not know. I don't understand. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And Wei, you? Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Ew, this isn't going to be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat at this table. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad. But you're just as much of an open book, my guy. She's so easy to read, even Dawn can guess what she wants. You just need that one zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry. You're not getting that tile, because it's not there. Gong. I see, you called Gong Meld so you can claim the zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Does that, by any chance, imply you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have the sixth sense for bad vibes. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows. But... very well. Then I'll be setting this hua aside, and... I'm impressed. They're way too intense, I can hardly get involved. Guys, isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. Shush, my lady! The importance of this moment could not be overstated. The look she had on her face. I see you swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you got some innate luck, too. Very well, then. I'll have to wager it all on this wand suit. Hit! Ooh, I won. Who? That's a Qing Yao hand. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Zhong. Oh darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? I apologize for that vulgar display, my lady. I will bring some tea. Wei, Victoria stumbles out of the room with his shoulders slumped. Sinclair, 50% all stats. Genju plus 50% to all stats gained. Expert. Third form blaze skill improved. So we get one more before another battle. What do we want to do? Green again. Chop, chop. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh, adept evasion skill improved. Oh god, is she gonna use it? Please don't use this skill. Rupture skill improved. 60 match HP, how to prepare for passive. Heals 10 SP, gain 2 offense level up, 2 defense level up. Good, we're winning. Third form, Might. Fourth form, Chi. Third form. Uh-oh. Where's Phoenix third form? Whatever. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Upgrade. We've got 2 master. I'm gonna put Marisol at the end. Dum, dum. 20 more hours sword. Chop chop. All stats plus 1. Class over. Doodly-doo. How torture technique pass? We got a torture technique. Prisoner of War torture. On hit, if the target has bind or bleed, gain clash power up. Next turn, 2 times per turn. Alright, Twitch. Twitch. Add time for Twitch. Alright, we're gonna take a short break to play some ads because Twitch is ad hungry. Twitch is ad hungry. I'm gonna step away a minute, get a drink of water. I'll be right back. As soon as Twitch is done playing its ads, we'll go into this next battle here. You're leaving? You hate it? Listen, it's Twitch. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing. I can't do nothing. It's mandatory. I can only control the times and like the lengths of them. That's it. And I don't have many options. You can. I do the thing on the other platform I'm not allowed to talk about during streams. You know? And I'm pretty sure ad blocker works on that other platform way better. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It up there. You have options. You have options. I refuse. Yo, is this dude who's totally not our enemy in any way? I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Chew. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original owners. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Gotta adopt him. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. I am now realizing this isn't his hair. This isn't like a... This isn't his coat or something. He's got a weird hairstyle. I only want to... Okay. Well then, can I ask you for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mothers knows in whose hands the true political power of Hong Wong lies right now. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support for you. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yong Kung genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family heart, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with Ku Corp. Do you seriously believe she has Hong Wong's best interests at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policies? I do not, but if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say this, about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They're keeping their silence because they're afraid of Jia Yuanshu's retaliation. So, your remaining task is to convert those silent voices in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost wandering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No, most people would have failed to pick that up. You certainly changed ever since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. Hong Wong's tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told for now. My cousin will be your opponent today. I ain't fighting, I'ma go. I won't accept you as my hierarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you are at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you. You have to be just better than me. Just better. Not good, just better. Look at all the... Look, I get stats and stuff. Yo, this dude's got a... He's cooked. He's cooked. Stat check. Wait, what do you mean stat check? The fight? Of course it's a stat check. I don't get to choose any of the battle options. I'm winning. Look at that. Offense level 5. I already got all this poise up. We cooking. We cooking. If you did well in training her, she's gonna wipe the floor with him. Look at, you see this guy? You see what they did? You see this, right? This is a problem. Inflict 10. Ben. I want to see the playable characters we have that. Inflict 20 bleed per hit. And then 20 bleed count. And then 20 bleed again. You know, put those ridiculous numbers on the playable characters. He's on fire. Bold of you to assume he's gonna use this. Aye. What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? Who? The buzzcut kid was her little brother. Wait, what? Oh, this is a lady. He can barely even hold on to your Z, which you're about to lose soon anyway, and you have to gall to give him false hope? I have no idea what's going on. Also, wait until you see the passives our pet's gonna have at the end of this training arc. Pet. Just all politics you, but kids really believe in you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had fun time after being barred from playing with his friends with how things are in Hong Wong. Shut up! Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hong Wong to be a place everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yongchung Hong Wongs look like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over the same burden you've carried all our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Xingheng left in a hurry. But that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. It was a lady. I thought it was a man. We kicked a man. We just beat up a woman. Heathcliff time. What does Heathcliff do? Green. You know what? Let's turbocharge our Ren for no reason. Try seeing her passives. Oh. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't going to be like the born old class if you've been sitting through. Dude's got a magic hammer. You got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. Just a deal. You want to break their morale before the brawl even begins. Brawl. Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twats' arses left, right, and center. It's left, right, and across the street. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. Looks a lot more colorful, too. Pollux lad catches on quick. That Way bloke said something about how swinging around a real club might come off as too threatening and confiscated it. That high-tech weapon cries boop when it hits people. Boop. Boop. I see. Is this going to be a cosmetic weapon for Heathcliff? I'll pay 25 cents for that hammer if I can put that on every identity. Wait, don't you understand me? Just because I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders, eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon toward the sky and made a small boop noise. Of mad dogging and decisive action. Mad dogging me? Why is their morale so low? What happened? Oh lord. Capitation. Inner self. We have 10 passive now. Starting from turn 3, gain 2 offense level up every turn start. Hierarch of Hong Won. Defense level to all allies, including this unit. Counter start, heal 10 SP. 1 offense level, then gain 2 haste. Prisoner of War, bind, bleed, get clash power. On kill with this unit. Okay, these are actual passives, right? Except this one. Would be really funny if they added a cosmetic function. Lets you use one ID with the look of another. I mean, they did show that they can do posture changes. we do know posture changes is a thing. Maybe having weapons that are used by the identities too. I guess some of their the IDs would be too fantastical. Rodeon gives morale. Yeah, all three of these give morale. Faust. Go class, you two. Ooh, morale bad. Oh boy. Don't worry, we restore 20 morale. We're playing this. You could directly replace animation and just leave the effects of the attack. Morale fully restored. Woo! Minimum and max speed +1. Look at that. Chi skill improved offense level. Gained 1 level. Crimson cleave skill. Wait, learned? We just learned a new skill? Where does that go? How do we get Crimson Cleave, though? Oh, she just randomly uses it. Okay. Unless that's a passive. I'm thinking she'll just randomly slot this in. So many effects. Jesus Christ. Who is this? Rambling Tales from the Drunken Palm. No, we killed him. Yeah, you don't get to decide anymore. This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zilu continues, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost. A little bird told me that the venerable hierarch would give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dongguang's brewer. Phooey! There any truth to that, folks? Aren't you the guy that tried to kill Hung Lu? That guy. I'm just stopping by to see if I can leech some liquor at this party. Hung Guang is an awfully miserable place. But you spare a short shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? I would have assumed he would have been killed by whoever his handler or whoever was in charge of him, considering he failed his mission to kill Hung Lu. Like, you know, I just thought that was like gonna be the fact. It's like he would report that his mission was complete and that he killed Hung Lu. And then they would be like, why is this guy still alive? Just I'm gonna see. He did kill Hung Lu. He did. But he did not complete his mission of, like, keeping him dead. But you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in a room after the first round of the Family Hierarch War was over. He what? The Family Hierarch War's been over for a while, and everyone in Hung Wang knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off of other families, set foot here? Looks like I'm gonna have to give him my clan stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin be? Ha, I see that your youthful hierarch is plenty suspicious. I've been a guest in many places, but please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. It's a bit hard in a world where revival is a thing. But, like, who, I would assume the people in charge would kill him and not revive him for being a failure. I'm only a drunkard who enjoys a cool swig of liquor, with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. The man who had introduced himself as the Night Drifter of the Drunken Palm leaped down. Landing with dexterity, they betray the rags he wore as clothing and the terrible stench of liquor emanating from him. They just tried to make him leave by himself by giving him trauma. Is he seriously? Bad news, Miss Yishun. Apparently, Jia Yuanshu's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yuanshu? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte hierarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher, this mysterious guy with the mysterious allegiance to who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family hierarch war is over, and even mongrels of Hongwong know who has the legitimacy here. The incident during the contest was nothing more than business, a job taken care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family hierarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. Where the f*** are you here? It wasn't me. Listen, Heathcliff is over there. It wasn't me. Could young master buy you for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm my bar tab, and I'm here to give the hierarch a lesson. For they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? Haha. I advise that the options and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Yuanshun herself is not going to look too good. I know it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Yuanshun more ammunition to take me down. And you there will have eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Most likely the person who commissioned him forgot to tell him to make sure he sliced the brain to pieces. No, I'm pretty sure they mentioned that during the quest. Like, he says, oh, we gotta... Like his head was crushed in the attack was like the exact... I'm pretty sure. They specifically said he can't revive or whatever. Ooh, ain't that if I can hardly taste the wine before such I could just be making stuff up. I feel like that was the intended purpose. Despite Saude's dead serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty quarrel. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now, give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away. Yeah. And that's enough. But I was just getting started. They did hire a drunk. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Tisk. Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is dookie, amateurish. What the heck? Is this guy serious? I've never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy indeed. Most masters would not bother themselves to find fault there. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There's more to this than raw strength now. Take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it. Yeshishun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, or it has very little heart, or faints. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which fail to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. You're far too eager to strike. Focus singularly on your opponent with force distribution unevenly across your body. So, you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. And then the Night Drifter pokes Yeshun's back with the wig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family hierarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live in that like that, dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on the opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, Wei, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they give him a way worse poison next time? You know, young Master Bayou won't accept your gift, my lady. I doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how? But my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when. It wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, the non-self, but what they seek is the path of Ashura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. What kind of life is it to live without stepping over others? Let it all go. The gazes, the pressure, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some thought, Shishun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seem to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well, then what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud pupil? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky. If my memories have failed me yet, you were one of young Master Bayou's underlings, correct? Underling, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned saw. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young Hierarch? Military flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden, pointed question, but he soon regained his composure and replied, well, who else besides me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom. Same goes for Rodea. And Otis will try to take over the classes, not to mention what it'd be like to have Heathcliff here. And such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? He did learn how to spot poisons. How come you know so little about yourself? Even less than what I have already learned about you. What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time will rot within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. He knows he's evil. He knows he's evil. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, the suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for that. Prepare to swing away. The entire Canto 3 had egg symbolisms. Isn't his symbol an egg? Yeah, his symbol's an egg. And the egg hasn't hatched yet, which means second Canto for Sinclair confirmed, right? He's going to... See, it shows a chicken. It shows the baby chickie, right? It shows it. Baby chickie. He's actually going to be a Velociraptor one day. Oh, you know what? Nah, he'll go full-on Raid Raptor. Raid Raptor. Passive improved. Passive. Learn the Tinyan sword. We did it. The D&D. It worked. Turn end at 15 plus poise potency. Have poise potency and gain the following. All allies including this unit heal 10 HP. All allies including this unit heal 3 SP. See, this is what I did. For a new keyword, this is how you make a heal unit. You basically use a charge system just like charge. What the fuck? You make a charge system, and then once it charges, it gives you heal. Or if you use a certain skill, it gives you shield. Or if you use a different skill, it gives you protection. But only when you consume the right amount. And Claire had his shell broken by Cromer by force, and he found safety in letting himself be controlled. Uh-oh. Remember, there's actually two blood fiends in this company, right? Sinclair's one of them. Sinclair's one of them. Okay, this is at 600, 50. Oh, it's both tied. Okay, 22. We have 2 more classes and then another fight, right? 22, 23, 24. What we're gonna do here? We're gonna do. I'm gonna tank the morale. Also, the colors of Chromers are egg yolk yellow and egg white. I still can't believe Cromer saw the mirror world and thought that was her standing next to Sinclair when it was and Faust the whole time. Can't believe it. She tricked herself into thinking she was doing something. The poor lady. He does everything well. Otis, was it Marisol they did You have a theory about that? I like my theory. Oh, Gregor. Okay. From Hierarch-ish story, we see that our sinners are influencing the mirror worlds. What the hell is this? Base power +2 for every 2 types of negative effect on maximum 10. Oh no, why are you here? Hierarch-ish remembers going on a sea voyage, even though that never happened. So, is it that... Okay. Do they also have a device to see mirror worlds? Or the things we do in our world somehow affect the memories of the mirror world counterparts? You think that could go either way? So it is possible that our sinners get over-positioned over other people in mirror worlds. Over-position, what does that mean? Like they get replaced? They swap places? I'm glad I got my head screwed back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my eyes in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of the half family heart going to some inexperienced kid from the Gia family. They are both them and not them at the same time. I want to say it's like a overlap of memories or consciousness, maybe. But the way I said it was like, you know, Cromer got the mirror thing, saw the mirror world of Claire, right? And she sees her and Sinclair, you know, being in control of everything, but the girl Goof that was actually Faust she saw the whole time. She thought it was her. The seat of the family heart going on some inexperienced kid from the Gia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now been branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in this world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? Still on this? Shaking my get out of here. And Court Faust did see herself as we saw Faust. But then someone else would see themselves. No, I mean Cromer. Cromer thought she saw herself, but she was actually seeing Faust. So then she went on this weird crusade thinking she was going to achieve this ultimate goal, but she was never in there in the first place. She just deluded herself. The mirror worlds. The mirror shows only yourself. Shush. No, shush. All the entertainment. Cromer was a special occasion. The mirror tricked her. It said, you know what? She seems great. I'm gonna play a prank on her. Show her someone else. Well, it seems to have happened during my little nap. You didn't even show your face at the regular assembly, so I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hong Kong. So just, what are you doing here? I just thought I'd have some fun. Damn. Is he gonna summon his thingies? Oh damn. The name of his skill. Oh damn. The mirror will show you your own world, but it may be affecting the worlds, changing the person it shows to be the one viewing. Oh no, she's using her defense skill. Oh. Okay. She dodged. She did a heal. You know, if these stats are being applied to her canonically, you imagine how fucking ridiculously strong she seems to everybody now. Just like everyone's like, how'd you get this strong? I don't know. Apparently when you train with sinners, you're like in the hyperbolic time chamber. Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart. Cut my limbs to ribbons. Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to end. Yeah, now, isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter, and you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family Hierarch war's over. I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Great. Get real. Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, want to hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as a family? Killed Big Sister. Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of the assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your Heisho packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if anyone dares speak out against you, snip, chop off their head before they... He got a good idea. He's not wrong here. He's not wrong. We definitely could just, you know, take everyone out. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as the heart. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do that anymore. I'm here to make Hong Kong a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you of all people might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting people, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectations. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Dongguan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is going to happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still insane. Shu Pan sauntered away, but Jie Shishun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am, my lady. Jun seems deeply engrossed in thought. We will invent a technology to reverse the process of oh. Does this sleep? No. We don't get sleep. We get oh. What happened here? What happened here? My lady seems to be in a particularly moody mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Shishishun, when these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up of nowhere and kill me at any moment. That's what the Heisho are for. Consumed by so much paranoia and worry that I'll start twitching and shadows cast from lamplights. So, would it mean anything for me to, you know, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards whose only thought in their empty heads is how they can expand their rooms. Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Isn't it a euphemism for eliminating your enemies? Yes. Well, I've rarely done it back when I was school, but rarely. Lies. When there's too much going on in your head, you just skip school and go out to play. Oh, I've only done it once myself. Lie. He changed what he said after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well. Let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? Gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard of the Lijui Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the people into a festering black bog. Turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree had taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its roots, clearing it out of the foul grease, cleaning the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal clear pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps in there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on the first day there. You got food? What'd you get? Chicken sandwich? Would you like to pay a pond to visit, if it's alright with you? Shijun didn't seem quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. How did you guess? I don't know. Look at this idiot playing in the water. Is that a shark? Shark's coming for her. You aren't kidding, I avoided this place for so long. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened was that this tree happened to take root here? What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, and I was quite swamped with work, but the world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is steady root to rally around. Hold up. Okay. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Morale, infinite. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have to worry about morale. Okay. Tip-top shape. Maximize the morale again. Did you? Oh, what we get? Skill improved. Fourth form flow. Okay. Okay. No stats above 800? Shush, man. Hey. I use no guides. I'm figuring it out as I go. No cheating. The rest of you. Alright, class, here's a new task to help you learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost, so don't. It doesn't matter. It don't matter how many there are or how threatening they look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what the enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world that can't be solved by boldly rushing in head first. SK.Almadeaus would have boldly rushed in head first to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Here's what I think. Neither of you got good enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall, am I right? Jessie should maintain her silence, the old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you grow some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I? Don't worry about offending me, yeah, I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insults thanks to many years in the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah, well, shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there, standing around and trying to look cool. Oh, that one's gonna sting a little. That's it, you little shite. Is what I could have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you with his hammer at me in my club. But I've changed too. And so did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now, let's practice. And it looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. You mean us? Me and Shishu? I grew my backbone by getting to... Wait a minute, what the hell did I just see? Nothing, okay. Getting to fisticuffs with the boys during my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Whacked them. Even if I didn't get offended, is that what besties is supposed to mean? Jishishun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess. You don't want to go easy on you, do you? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. They're fighting. They're fighting. Oh god, they're actually fighting. Sinclair, no! Wait, he's got an egg. He's got an egg. Heal 10 SP every turn, gain 1 max speed, gain 1 attack power and 1 protection every turn. Base skills, gain 1 clash break, gain 4 offense and 4 defense levels. Scratching to hatch. Why is your Sinclair not this strong? Because you don't use Sinclair, you use some weird identity. Yo, what the hell is this? If I lend my ear to the inner self, he was evil. If this unit is staggered, recover from stagger, then gain a sign once per turn. Once per encounter. Every skill used after this action becomes unbreakable coins. One who seeks to be born must first destroy a world. He's destined to be the conqueror of the universe. I see it now. Sinclair Chapter 2. Sinclair's not this strong. Sinclair Chapter 2 is coming. Can Solo lay hang? Uh-oh. He's doing the thing. And he's only using a stick. Yeah, true. He doesn't have his name Halberd, the Halbardo, the axe, or whatever he normally uses. There we go. There we go. The actual counter for unbreakable coins. Evade. That's why I'm waiting. I don't know how long it's going to take before they make enemies with unbreakable coins that also can't be evaded. You can't. This attack cannot be evaded. I'm waiting. It's gonna happen. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. Huh. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? Zero counter for unbreakable is just kill. Shush! The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and when they all... And with all they learned up until the lessons began. I thought for sure that Jiashishun would come out on top without breaking sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and tough training Jiashishun had as a family hire candidate. She also counterattacked. Perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to the mark on his forehead. The mark on his forehead. I saw a glimpse of Sinclair that I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You alright, Sinclair? Sinclair is the anomaly that is actually the culmination of all mirror worlds into one character. He just hasn't unlocked the ability. Or maybe Sinclair and all the mirror worlds have that ability. They just have... they share each other's power. Watch. And the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully. So I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of fever on my forehead, though. Oh, poor baby. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed the single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. Sinclair has the sign. It's not like anything had bad happened when that mark manifested back in La Mancha Land, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only other people who'd ever shown that mark, who's Rim? It helped worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and that was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commemorate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did leave Dongguan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something I never told Wei, I felt utterly lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. The fishbowl guy in Kanto 5? I don't remember nobody. I guess neither... Wait a minute. No, I still don't remember. I just feel as lost back home, though. And there's Heathcliff, too. He also left home some time ago. We paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Heading home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussing up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Look at that. See that smile? Look at that. 40 morale restored. Ishmael and Heathcliff. Woo! Oh, we got everything now. We got it. Look at this. Oh my god. Learned passives. The Hierarch of Hung Wong. Adept evasion skill. Wait, learned adept evasion skill? That was a bug. That was a bug. Is 800 the break point? Success rate. Maybe the skill got replaced? Can't send wiki links. Uh-oh. That sounds dangerous. Huge success in next class. Oh boy. 60 max HP. Master. Oh, can't do Heathcliff. Can't do Heathcliff. Huge success in class. Oh, we did it. Real shoe into a drunken guy. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? Ha! Ha! It's only been a few days since your training began, yet my other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you into outing all lesson. Ooh-wee. Now that's some good wine. Very well. I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Double dodge. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me, and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. The slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffles of your clothes, your breaths, erase them all. Erase every ripple and echo you leave upon this world. The Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. Oh, he's gonna go invisible! To have form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget the weapons in your hands, forget your structured forms, break the mold, become the flow, let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of pattern becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Jie and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Stop thinking, just swing. No think, just win rate. Try not to force the direction of your heart. Empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking. Penetrate without gazing. Both Jia, Xinxun, and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leaped a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Guess I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits the saying Yi Song utters from time to time. To lose one's nose with eyes open. Yi Song's never said that. Immerse yourselves. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. We've been focusing entirely on the self with your swings thus far. So you find it quite easy to reach the state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly, gradually? To empty your mind already, I'd have taught you my everything had you entered under my tutelage long ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new hierarch has found herself the clue to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's just the movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely unnecessary to give them those flashy names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Gun. Well, it's supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, that's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep, Unrestrained Ripples. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who'd been observing the class from a distance, approached, says the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements like the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed willing. Your gait, your tone. Were you among the 10 blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessary for you to dig, as I don't quite recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I've long emptied any history worth delving into. Flawless class. Alright, what do I do? Final class, what do I do? What do I do? Okay, hold on. Down. 20 morale lost. Huge success in class. Jesus. We're cooked. Lost too much morale. Jesus. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, ad time. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. Pre-roll ads disabled. Pre-roll ads disabled. It's Twitch. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the fathoms of other people's hearts. It's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? That is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from Hearts by the door here when the lessons first began. Messages from the Hearts. The greatest strength of Messages from the Hearts is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite the liberal use of this. Let's see. The one at the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oh, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Heathcliff, does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Also, what's the point of these messages anyway, if you got to wing at their face? Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerve. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. I see one that next one says. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious time and cause him trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best prepare yourself for consequences. Oh, it's like she's right here speaking into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? I got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up in a padlock knot shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's the compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmorte trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal her compass or something? No, we'd never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, someone finally submitted a real concern here. Was it the type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shattering gear. The likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Oh. That's that, I guess. Look, I felt like I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious for once. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happened, you know? Yeah, I'm talking about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? Ah, you're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Shing! Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night. So we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide. Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so we just moved on from it. But, I'm telling you, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happened to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity thing is on this. Gregor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock broke due to shock at the time of the incident. Was pointing precisely at 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22, one of the 2 individuals who were on the night watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Huh, hey, Dante? Didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms of my command style and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. As you know, Manager Bud, there's only 2 among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Don't you dare! How could you? How could you? It's nice and comfortable in the corner. It's nice and comfortable in the bottom left corner. Yeah. How could you? How could you? One of them stayed put in his own room. Know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove unto thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I had wished to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and the One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorp, this tale beginneth verily in year 757. After a very long read. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one could have expected. Thus did I convince young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photographs. Though 'twas a pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between his teeth. And young Ishmael's compass was to be the captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it from her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire can of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tiny aroma lingereth still. I beg thy forgiveness, Manager Esquire. Well, at least we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. Okay. Is this like a code? Sinclair, translation please. Yeah, trying to parse that from the written text is usually way harder. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and general context of her words. Unfortunately, the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try and find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me, like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch I'd managed to forget. It's like someone shoved a tuning fork in my head. Guys. Alright, that's it, Clockhead. Read up. I'm going to confront the sod and tell him to tell it like it is if there's something bugging him, instead of whining in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice Heath. I mean, looks like this animated person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante, fare you well. It is I, the sinner first of the order. Apologies in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to a restful sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. How could you? To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will not embark on a multiloquent scribing of excuses. I write before you in shame and express my willingness to accept my punishment if you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but doesn't something feel off about the whole thing? What if he's just trying to take the heat? But it seems to me that the number one sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper somebody tore off, so I'm returning it here. I hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the number one sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I hurriedly unfurled the paper. The truth of what transpired. You ever find yourself wondering? Claire. Wondering if the crackling fire-like thing on top of the manager's head is hot like real fire? Or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Isong. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed, unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must have been pretty tired. Indeed, the ticking noises has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check? While the manager's asleep? Go, Sinclair. I can't believe Sinclair's standing there the whole time, didn't say nothing. Perhaps the sound of film sinking past my gullet makes for too much noise for this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Isong? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. What's Ryoshi's here too? Sinking shush. Look at you rats playing a played out prank. That is indeed the full tale of what has transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was right under our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it. Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, I can't deny that. Tell you the truth. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student alongside Miss Shishun. It must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must be making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their own issues and slowly overcoming them, while I'm still here feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half of the sinners had faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead, the guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it. They're expecting him to get out of the egg. Leave him alone. It was never going to be easy for him to let go. I don't think anyone's got the perfect idea of how the whole trajectory of their lives is going to be. That's why we're on the bus, isn't it? You could just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk it out, huh? All I heard was ticking noises. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, Ed, don't bother. I just need a quick glance at the look on your face to feel that TikTok was with my heart. Thus, the curious case of the alarm clock came to an end. This felt like a... Oh my god. So what do you guys think Roshi was trying to say? 2 culprits, guy with nightly nightmares, and my translator. I see. Sinclair and I sat there for a moment, absorbing the awkward silence. My translator. Oh my... Oh, there's one final day? One final day? All stats +1. You didn't get everyone to master? Was I supposed to? Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was upon us. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jia Shishun on her way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you'll be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. Give me 1 second, I've got to check on something. Be right back. Alright. I see. Each scenery master gives her a passive. I see. It's most likely you'll be facing off against a skilled foe from the Shui or the Shi family. Of course, you will doubtless wipe the floor with them. I've taught you all that I know. Everybody give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Shishun. Guys, you really didn't have to come all the way out here to see me off. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zingong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry, so please, don't worry yourself too much. You have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom. Ah yes, time to die, lady. We were greeted by an unexpected guest. Must be very nice to be Shishun. To have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Xiao Baochai, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, Big Sis Baochai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit, out of pity. If only Shishun and Bayu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years would have been peaceful still. Big Sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Bayu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't, my parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very same soil we were. How do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes are the days, as the days go by, fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. How could one do nothing but watch when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, Big Sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you the guest lecture? Shishun's palanquin isn't headed the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's heading to Big Sis Yuanshun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels. I must hasten after the palanquin before I lose track of them. Wei spirited outside even before Xiao Baochai finished. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also be going? Calm yourselves for a moment. Zingong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though, a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hooves coming from the direction of Zongong was glancing in. So this is what you've chosen. Yes, the exams she's taken up thus far were all meaningless lies. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, and you have decided to follow yours. Baochai smiled sweetly. So now, What fragrance do you smell from me? I smell nothing. Shu Baochai left the room wordlessly upon hearing that reply. How dare you? We did it! We got 40 fucking... Oh my god. We got 40 lunacy. 0 experience. U growth. Classes taken. So I missed 4 passives? Damn. How do I get these? Oh, was it achievement based? Take Radiance class 3. Oh, that's bullshit. Clear all achievements. Fucking hell. Wait, why didn't it 4th midterm, tip top morale. Oh, it's take the class 3 times, but it doesn't guarantee it's master. I feel like, okay, no. This isn't fair. If you like to take the classes again, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. During the event, you can earn Jingren by clearing event stages. You can also obtain by clearing main story stages for the first time, by clearing the mirror dungeon, or by clearing achievements. Rarely, you may attain scroll. Okay, how much is it for 1,000 for 70 off? Shit. Shit. Stages and dungeon first time clears. Purchasing various rewards. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oops, no, do all of it. Do all of it. Alright, what we got here? What is this? Something new? I have no blink left now. No. I have no colleagues left now. Excuse me. Did we get something new? I didn't get a new... Oh, it was this one. Look, we got the guy. Got the best identity. Wait a minute. Okay, but you do bleed. You do rupture. This is sinking. Gotta paralyze. Okay, sinking and rupture. Do you do bleed? I need a tremor burn focus identity for him. Because if I could abuse this ego, with these two, oh my. Yeah, 580 thread. Okay, so we got the thread to uptie her. We don't have the ego shards. We got her level 41 right now. Do we have the ego shards? I don't know why when I see this, I think it's Heathcliff's. This one's clearly his. Claire, don't worry, the egg will hatch. Look, it's cracked. The egg is actually cracked. See? See? Also have this with this universal. Got a bunch of boxes. And more. Mm-hmm. 23 hours left. This just reset Battle Pass, right? 4 days left. I did my mirror dungeon for the week. That's done. 110. Do we get the new... I don't know. Because we can dispense the Yisong, right? Yisong can be dispensed. Yes. No. He's a standard? No. Where is it not? He's not part of the event. What is this bullshit? Okay, I guess he's part of the event. So if we were to pick him up and we get the Sinclair, we would have... We had to have 6 team of Heisho, including Lord. Six team of Heisho, because we would have Otis, have Yisong and Sinclair. 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have this one, the family hierarch. We don't have her, which she pretty much only works with the Yisong, right? Launcher. Slow. Oh, Gia family. If the affected ally is a Gia family unit, apply 2 offensive level next turn instead. Okay. And they're all... No, they're not all Gia family, are they? Gia family. Nope. Heisho pack. Heisho pack. Heisho pack, okay. Is the boy here GF? No, specifically not GF family, he's H Corp. What does it mean when it's like nope? Fixer Fanghunt. Oh, this it's just like nope. Just H Corp. He's just H Corp unit. Okay. 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 I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it here. What we have? We got a 4.5, almost a 4.5 hour stream. Almost. Longer than what I've been doing. All right. So, anyways, keeping up with current patterns, I may or may not stream sometime before next week. Oh God, it's been awful, huh? Probably can. I will consider it like right now. We'll think about it right now. What if I finish streaming this tomorrow? All right, now that we thought about it, I can't feel guilty. There we go. All right, so anyways, let me see here. Where's this? Tone down this game audio. Let's play this horrendous Nightbot music that nobody enjoys. I didn't say that. It wasn't me. It wasn't my statement. I was just rephrasing what somebody else said. This is a very quiet song. It's gonna build up to something, I promise. Alright, so we started Springtime Cultivation. We missed 1 achievement. Well, technically we missed 2 achievements because the second achievement was to get the other achievement. I will consider going back to get it. It would be considered. Alright. I might do something tomorrow. I might not. It's kind of been all over the place the last couple weeks, unfortunately. Yep. 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 Alright, so anybody who stopped by, thank you and I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Very long node on the fourth stage. You'd think they'd break that up into maybe segments or no. You just got to do the whole thing. Damn. I'm gonna assume the stage was, I don't know. Was 8.5 released in like parts, and you know I just waited too long, so I got to do it all. Anyways, I do hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Maybe I'll do, again, I said, I'll think doing something tomorrow. If not, I have no idea when, because my day's been all over the places. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. See you around next time. You enjoy. Be out.
Hello.